Раз, раз. Раз, раз. Привет, друзья. Ну вот такие вот у нас тут мотивы, напевы в Авалоне. Иногда кажется, что все это просто заставка, а оказывается, это не заставка. Кстати, можно какие-то очки дали. Три очка доступно. Как их распределять? Так. О как. Пока непонятно, как их распределять. Когда вы у костра, блин. Как костер-то общем, как-то так. А, еще это.
I suppose it has. A pity it has become a hunting ground for bandits. But do not worry, my friend. Let us walk this path and make me whole again. I will restore this island to the glory it deserves, the King's Road included.
Так, а как отсюда выбраться-то? Так, денек. Понятно, где мы, а то ночью пришли сюда.
What's happening? In the name of the All Mother, what are you doing? I could have stabbed you. Wait, I haven't seen you before. But we don't just let anybody in, pal. You need to have, things, proof. Things to prove you're safe. For Haven. Yeah. This pin. I can't say I see it very clearly at this, present moment, but it does look important. Very official. But I remember Fergus said something about all this, these emblems once. Oh, yes, I remember now. I welcome thee, ye, royal person, on behalf of the keepers. You are a great friend to our home. Welcome. Please, speak with Fergus. He's our quartermaster. He runs things around here in the captain's absence. He'll greet thee properly. Have a pleasant rest of the day. Open it up, boys!
All Mother's tits. I've just about had it with this bunch of repressed virgins. And who might you be? You don't look like one of them. Oh, do I now? You would be too if you had to deal with those sniveling morons when they're up to something. Don't look at me like that. You don't get as far in life as I have if you can't smell bullshit from a mile away. There's something fishy going on here. But I'll get to the bottom of it. And here's a brilliant idea. You're going to help me. Straight to the point, huh? Don't worry, I'll pay you. And who knows, you might even get a discount on my wares. I just need you to go to Brandon and find out why that slime ball is pretending not to know I'm here. Tell him I'm waiting with his delivery. Although I'm pretty sure he knows this already. You don't know? He's the captain of this entire circus. I thought since they let you in, you must have an in with him. But it turns out you know even less than I do. There's something going on, you know? They don't want anybody to know, but I can feel it. I've been doing business with the captain for years now. Then suddenly I found myself stuck here. They won't let me further in, not even to set up camp in the village. But they won't let me out either. Anyway, good luck to you. Come and visit if you need anything. Name's Orla. I'm a merchant. Or I try to be, when my business isn't being held hostage by a bunch of idiots who seem to be terrified of women. What was I thinking when I decided to leave Timberwall? Should have stayed there. You've never been to the merchant capital? Well, you didn't miss much. Yes, it's rich and extravagant, but only if you're rich and extravagant too. Other than that, it's a place like any other. The same pain and misery hiding behind gilded walls. It's not as exciting as people think. Or, well, maybe it is if you like living with a bunch of backstabbing crooks. Yeah, now I remember what I was thinking when I left that place. Not really. It's more of a requirement if you ever want to be successful in Timberwall. My family is full of them. I have no home in Timberwall. Well, we have an estate, but it hasn't felt like home for a long time. I feel like every time I go back, I recognize it less and less. The people are getting greedier and more desperate by the day. Business is slow, I'm not gonna lie. With the weirdness creeping in from the north and bandits everywhere, trade's just not as profitable as it used to be. But, I don't know. Being a merchant from Timberwall used to mean craftiness, taking risks, looking for opportunities. Now, they only care about keeping their heads down and preserving their fortunes. Oh, love, plenty. And almost none of them happy. I'll never forget the first time we stumbled upon a place after a cloud of the weirdness oozed through. It was a small settlement, just a few houses. There was this odd, bitter taste in the air. The place was completely abandoned. Or so we thought, until we started finding them, one by one. A man who tried to chop off his legs after they started sprouting antlers. Another one who gouged his eyes out so he wouldn't have to look at his child melting into the floor. A woman in the farthest corner of the settlement managed to stab herself in the heart before it got to her. I almost dropped it all and ran back to Timberwall that day. I'm still not sure why I didn't. I guess giving up just isn't in my nature. You do realize you won't score any points with the Keepers by helping me, right? Those holier-than-thou soldier boys have no idea what it takes to be a merchant in this sorry world. The things we have to do sometimes aren't exactly done according to the rulebook. There's a woman from the tribes called Nest. She's my supplier. At least, I think she's still working for me. I haven't heard from her in a while, and she was supposed to bring me some really precious cargo. Something the captain wanted me to arrange. You still up for an adventure, hmm? My guess, and it's only a guess, is that at some point she must have been somewhere around the bay. That beach near the Whale's Tooth. Rumor has it that Bromar No-Face and his thugs are fond of that place, which wouldn't be good news for Nest. Good luck, and don't worry, I'll pay. No matter whether she's dead or alive. Just let me know what happened, and bring back the cargo if she still has it.
оказывается, вниз опускается. Я думаю, что ж такое одно и то же-то, блядь. Так, позволяет рубить деревья. А кирка? Ну, и... Так, ну у меня теперь лопата есть. О, кирка. Топор-то нахера я случайно, блин, нажал так сильно. Так, где же моя лопата?
Oh, a new face. It's always nice to see someone new here. Welcome, welcome. Why didn't I notice you earlier? Yes, my apologies. Ever since breakfast today, I've been sort of lost in thought. I keep thinking of my dear mother's cooking, especially her famous pie. You see, all we got here is venison and fish. Venison, then fish. And then fish, fish, and more fish. I can live with all the bullshit that's thrown at us soldiers. But the longer I live, the more I realize there's not much to live for, except food. And I'd kill for a slice of that pie. As if it were that easy. I ain't much of a cook. And Rorik, the one we have here, well, he says we're soldiers, so we can stick our complaints up our asses. Really? Sure, I remember it well. Here you go.
Да, все это было у меня. Надо будет, так сказать, по новой.
Are you here to keep me company or put me out of my misery? Just kidding. Love the view, but this weather is killing me. Always windy. Always moist. You don't say. I didn't choose to be here. Our beloved quartermaster sent me to freeze my arse off. He said as punishment for spitting on the good name of the keepers. Whatever the hell that means. I just got drunk in the tavern and lost half my pay. And maybe some of my clothes. But I mean, why would he even care? It was my gold. I can spend it how I please. Oh, aye. I need a warm coat. And I mean the absolute warmest coat you can get, huh? Osprey might have something in stock or know how to make one. I'd ask myself, but he's not exactly speaking with me these days. Stupid. That's what I was. I may or may not have commented on our blacksmith's skill. I gave him a blade to sharpen, and when I got it back, it was still dull. Osprey swore he did his job properly. I said he's getting old. And so on and so forth, until it turned out that my mate had played a trick on me, swapped my sword with another one that was as dull as a stump. I tried to make amends with Osprey, but the old man's pride is as stiff as his steel. Can't say I blame him. Now, here I am, frozen to the bone and in need of a hand. You got one to spare? Thanks, friend. I knew I could count on you.
What do you think of scale armor? Scale armor. What do you think of it? The ones all the keepers wear. Sure, maybe it's easy to make and doesn't restrict movement, but it doesn't provide the best protection. Someone just needs to stab you between the scales and you're done for. Lamella armor is much better. That will prevent you from being run through with a polearm or getting shot with a bow. It's also much more comfortable. I read a lot about it. In Volume 4 of the Armourer's Almanac, Arden's Shadowblade describes the differences between various types of armour. For example, chainmail allows for a good range of movement, but it's heavy. It also provides poor protection against blunt weapons, and its production is laborious. Shadowblade is a moniker. Arden is passionate about weapons and armour. He has great knowledge of materials, techniques, and history. A true expert. Everything he writes is interesting. I would love to meet him one day. Oh, of course. I mean, I've never made one. I'm not an armourer. But I've read so much about it that I'm sure it won't be a problem. Here's the page from the Armourer's Almanac that explains the process. I told them, but they both said I know jack shit. Besides, the keepers rarely go outside the walls nowadays. Then the quartermaster added that if I don't like our equipment, he could send me out scouting in just my underwear. Perhaps you're right. But if somebody ever stabs me under the scales, I'll go straight to the quartermaster and give him an earful. No, but I have knowledge from books and a lot of thoughts on the subject, so I know what it would be like to wear different armour.
История основной лечебницы. И тогда пророчица велела своим ученикам: ступайте на болото, где ждут смерти, меченые чумой. Помогите им построить лечебницу, даруйте их мир их телам и душам. Пока мое учение живо в ваших сердцах, в них буду жить и я. И когда она испустила дух, ученики погребли ее на острове мертвых, а потом отправились в темную топь, дабы построить там лечебницу по ее воле. Как-то раз король Артур услышал голос из могилы пророчицы. Вскрыв гроб, он нашел там не кости, но прекрасную деву, нетронутую смертью и погруженную в мирный сон. И тогда прозвучали ее слова: «Артур, чума — испытание для всех нас. Мои ученики ходят по болотам, смиренно проповедуют и ничего не просят взамен. Даруй им место, достойное их жертвы». Артур выполнил ее просьбу и велел Моргане очистить руины предтеч на острове мертвых, чтобы красные братья продолжили там свое служение. Энциклика второго папы. Но многие распущенные, испорченные и ленивы, хотя они утверждают, что знают пророчество, дела и говорят о другом. Их разум запятнан, и пророчество видит все. В наказании их кожа покрывается красными пятнами, гноящимися и шелушащимися. Красная смерть не только забирает их жизни, но и проклинает их души. Но есть надежда и для нечистых. Пророчество взывает: откажитесь от распущенности, нечестности и лени. Примите мое слово в свое сердце, и ваша душа очистится, как моя. Пророчество предупреждает: доверяйте моим ученикам так же, как доверяете мне. Вредить им означает вредить мне. И за это вас ждет кара. Семь заповедей. Сперва была пророчица, потом было слово свято. Второе. Папа, его кардиналы и священники получают слово. Слово есть путь. Третье. Мы все братья и сестры, жаждущие слова. Слово есть пища. Четвертое. Вместе в священном страдании мы идем паломническим путем. Слово есть наша сила. Пятое. Мы каемся перед лицом испытания чумой. Слово есть наше исцеление. Шестое. Братья в красных одеждах ведут нас к благости. Слово есть спасение. Седьмое. Нет никаких иных святынь, только слово пророчицы и воля Красной Церкви. Не усомнись же в вере своей, и будет тебе награда. Метод разделения сознания по Мурону. Изучая старое в поисках нового. Автор брат-старец Эйрик. Глава 1. Хотя ныне приемами разделения разума, изобретенными священнослужителями Муроном, святым и записанными во времена короля Артура, зачастую пренебрегают, в них содержатся ценные сведения. Этот текст, хоть и написан на старом наречии, весьма полезен для понимания практик извлечения. Мурон, хоть и был воспитан на ритуалах друидов, но высмеивал их шарлатанство и извлекал лишь действительно важное. Эта способность отделять зерна от плевел и презрение к бывшим наставникам делает труд Мурона незаменимым, ведь в нем сохранены ценные наблюдения друидов и отвергнуто все лишнее. По настоянию Мурона подопытные были должны понимать и ощущать, что с ними делают красные братья. При потере сознания подопытный должен был быть приведен в себя. Частичная анестезия допускается, если подопытный все еще способен видеть. Чтобы продлить полезность перспективного подопытного, опасные для жизни раны необходимо тщательно обрабатывать. Комментарий к рукописи брата Юстина «Подземные чудеса». Автор брат Абе. Вопреки мнению брата Юстина, что нижний уровень островной лечебницы — это всего лишь замкнутая система подземелий под верхними строениями, он кажется бесконечным. Я подозреваю, что он охватывает весь остров и простирается за его пределы. Мне кажется, мы уже читали это.
Sometimes it's nice to just sit and think.
Oi, friend. A question. Do you know why people always stop and watch a blacksmith at work? Because he's riveting. It's good to see a new face in this sad hole.
Oh, of course. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Osbert, local master of hammers and anvils. Do you need your blade sharpened?
Huh. It's for Dan, isn't it? That ungrateful bastard's still on the wall.
Disagreement? Sure, you could call it that, and I guess I might have overreacted a bit.
But since Dan is on the wall and I'm here, I couldn't tell him that I get it. The prank and all. And I forgave him a long time ago. Now that I think about it, it was a hell of a prank. Well, I may not be angry with him anymore, but that doesn't mean I'll work my ass off so that his doesn't freeze. Here's an explanation of how to make it. Feel free to help him out yourself. Ha! Friend, I wish. But the only task I could use help with might be a bit too delicate for you to handle.
Unless you're a master goldsmith, then feel free to prove it, and I'll have work for you immediately. There's just not enough of them to go around, and now that we're on lockdown, there's not much demand for my services either. Listen, I said I don't have any jobs, as in things I pay you for doing. That doesn't mean I can't teach you a thing or two, if you're willing to learn, that is. Since you're free to wander about while I'm stuck in the keep, maybe we can make good use of that. You've probably bashed in the skull of a beast or two, right? The alchemists. They're likely snatching up the corpses, using the muck to cook their weird concoctions. But perhaps you'd rather craft yourself some armor from those hides, huh? We should start with something simple. Let's see. I'll give you some notes on how to make armor. You gather the materials and get to work. And when you're done, you can bring it over so I can see what you've made.
If you're here to see the healer, don't bother. He's a quack and a butcher who likes to watch people suffer. I came to him with a toothache, asked him to make me something for the pain, and you know what he did? He said my tooth is rotten, and then sent me to Osbrit to get it pulled out. That, and I wouldn't trust him anywhere near my mouth. Don't get me wrong, Osbrit's a decent blacksmith, but he's no good with teeth. With one lad, it took him 3 tries before he got the right one. I'll stick to my grandma's potion for toothache. Or I would, if Heber would stop being such a dick and make it for me.
Heber took the recipe from me. And even if I had the recipe, I'm no good at mixing that stuff.
Said if I don't know how to make it, I shouldn't have it. And that he doesn't want some questionable homebrew medicine spreading through the keep. He says it's no good. Says that if I don't get the tooth pulled out, it'll keep hurting. I told him that's why I need the remedy, to make it stop hurting. But it's like talking to a brick wall.
Oh yeah? And then what? Another and then another? Give it a few years and I'd be left with no teeth at all. Ah, leave me alone.
Oh, sorry. Do I know you? I'm terrible with faces. Either way, glad to make your acquaintance. I'm Jan Heber, a physician raised in Camelot and trained in the Royal Academy. Is some local witchcraft I've been trying to make sense of. I guess I'll find out when I try it. Experience is the best teacher. Don't worry, I'm not testing anything on the others. Graham the Mad, a great Camelotian physician, used to say that a real doctor would never give his patients something he hadn't tried on himself first. A wise approach, which I follow myself. What irony? Oh, that was unexpected. Here, take it. What will happen, I have no idea, but please tell me, if you live to find out. The pursuit of knowledge is always dangerous. That's why it's reserved for only the bravest of the brave. It takes true guts to face the unknown, to realize just how little you know, and how insignificant you are to the world. Healing diseases, sometimes cutting people open. Oh, and pulling out teeth seems to be a leading cause of concern for everyone around here. Me pulling teeth in the arse end of the world? My friends back in Camelot would laugh their brains out. Why would you, though? Don't you have better things to do? Aha, got it. So you're up for work not out of the goodness of your heart, but for your own selfish plans. Good point. That is a very good point. But all right, if you're a mercenary, then I do have a job for someone who'd be willing to risk their life in exchange for material goods. Back at the Academy, I found an ancient scroll written by the Druids. Forbidden knowledge, especially now, after the mob forced them all into a wicker man and burned every last one of them to ash. I finally deciphered it a little while ago. It describes a ritual that needs to be performed at night within a stone circle. And guess what? There's one in the nearby forest. I guess you already know what I need you to do, hmm? And here I am thinking that everyone's already heard about the Charred Conclave. Well, it wasn't the proudest moment in our history, that's for sure. You truly don't know. At some point, the villagers all around the island decided that the Druids were responsible for the Red Death, and all other ailments of our times. They rounded them all up in a massive wicker man north of the Forlorn Swords, and burned them all to ashes. Hundreds of years of knowledge gone within the blink of an eye. But, well, that's what's bound to happen when you stop paying for people's education and invest in keeping the elites fed instead. That is an excellent question, but I don't know. From what I've been able to decipher, it's a summoning spell to bring something or someone to our world. That being will share its great knowledge with the one brave enough to summon it. I need you to remember what it says and repeat it to me after you're back, word for word. Isn't it obvious? I'm the only medic they have here at the Horns. I'd like to see Fergus's face if he hears about me going out there. I was classically trained in the proper art of medicine by the scholars of Camelot. The things they do here, they make no sense. No sense at all. Most of this stuff shouldn't even be effective, yet it seems to work wonders on these simple-minded, tough-bodied people here in the south. Shipments from Camelot are late, so I'm running low on supplies. If I'm not able to treat them, they'll start complaining. And Fergus doesn't like when people complain, especially when it comes to their health. He truly cares about them, I've got to admit. He doesn't care much about anyone else, though.
Так, украсть да не продать. Так, а ну почитали. Древний свиток. Всем искателям знаний, услышьте эти слова. Вы вошли нечитаемое, что приведет вас к величайшему сокровищу из всех мудрости. В то время как вы готовитесь стать носителем для древних друидских секретов, нечитаемое, соберите следующие ингредиенты. Нечитаемое знание, которое вы ищете. Лук, чеснок, ну, в общем, и так далее. Сложите их в котел, отнесите это приношение в священное место друидов по вашему выбору, положите их на алтарь, а потом ждите терпеливо, пока просветление не снизойдет на вас. Ну, ладненько, покурим. Ну, это какое-то блюдо, что это за рецепт? Лук, чеснок, оленина, гвоздика. Что это мистического, оккультного и так далее?
Sir, I haven't seen you before. I wasn't expecting any guests, and you don't look like a new recruit. And yet, Odrin let you in. He's not drinking again, I hope. Most unfortunate, but that explains why you just strutted into the horns. I'm afraid I'll have to take action. The name's Fergus, and I assume you already know I'm the quartermaster here. Now state your business. And please, try to be convincing, or the walls of this fortress will be the last thing you'll ever see. Yes, I know. And that's why you're still standing in front of me. However, these pens were only given to certain people. They mean that in times of trouble, these people will always find a safe haven here in the Horns. And that makes me wonder, what happened to your friend? Where is he? If what you're saying is true, he must have had a deal with somebody well above my pay grade, and that leaves only the captain. However, if you're lying, then you might as well have just confessed to the murder of a Knight of the Round Table. But nobody's that much of a fool, I think. Fortunately for you, I've seen my fair share of morons in life, and you don't look like one. Fortunately for me, this pen only means that I'm to make sure you're safe in the Horns. Nothing about helping you out with whatever you're up to. Anyway, welcome to the Horns of the South. Make yourself at home. We've been having trouble with the dead lately. The kind that don't want to rest in peace. There are more and more of them roaming the area. It might just be the weirdness, as it has been steadily creeping closer from the north, but somehow I doubt it. Anyway, I suggest you go see Marg first. He knows best what's going on there. He's our huntsman. He keeps us stocked with meat, so the lads don't have to live on fish alone. They get pretty grumpy when that happens. Right now, Marg is the only other person who's allowed to leave the keep. I'm not about to risk the life of our last link to the outside world, especially when you're so eager to lend a hand. There is a local legend about a dark druid named Slaughter? Slaudier? Slaughter, that was it. He was a necromancer rumored to be able to raise the dead and make them do his bidding. It's quite an old legend, though, so unless he managed to raise himself from the dead, I doubt he's behind this.
Антисептик, лук, чеснок, гвоздика и оленина.
It's old. From what I've heard, it even predates the Horns of the South. The keepers and the people from the village below used to bury their dead there, but after the flood, it's been pretty much abandoned. Yeah, damn druids. They flooded a village of innocent people just to show everyone they're still in power. Fat lot of good it did them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm glad we got rid of them. The things they could do were unnatural. It's not far, and it's hard to miss. But honestly, I'd suggest you go see Marg first. You don't really know what you're walking into, so if I were you, I'd try to learn as much as possible beforehand. The captain forbade anyone from leaving the keep, so I couldn't. And truth be told, I didn't particularly want to. We don't get many recruits, and you're, well... Sure, let's go with that. Good. Try not to get yourself killed, and get rid of whatever's been causing the problem. I'm Captain Brandon's right hand. He deals with the serious matters I don't want to know anything about. I take care of our everyday life. Just as I thought. If you have friends among the knights, you'll want to talk to the captain. But that's not happening anytime soon. Because I said so. What? Did you really expect that you could just enter our keep and head straight for the captain's quarters? There wouldn't be much point in having walls and guards here if anyone could just do that, would there? So what? And have you helped any of my people? Or are you just here to wave that pin in my face again? First, show me you care, and then I'll take you to the captain. I can't have every random stray wasting his time. Not now, when the outcome of the war with its tribes is so precarious. I trust we understand each other? Good. Come back when you've proven your worth to the Horns of the South. Then we'll talk. That's one of our tags. Every soldier gets one when they pledge their loyalty. I just hope the body you took it from was already cold, because killing a keeper would land you in some serious trouble. You know, here's what I'm thinking. If you stumble over any of our fallen keepers out there, bring me their tags. Sure, they all swore to stay here until the bitter end, but they have families who deserve to know what became of them. It's part of my duty, but since I can't send any more beyond these walls, maybe you could lend a hand. I'll pay you for every tag you bring back.
Так, просто смотри, что-то вообще тут есть.
Let me guess. Camelot, no? Timberwall, also no? So you're not from the north? Ah, of course.
You must be from Connacht. I should have guessed right away. So, who's in charge there now?
Да, оленина. Лук, чеснок, оленина, гвоздика. Ну, звучит как блюдо какое-то. Игра? Ну, я в Skyrim не играл пока еще. Kingdom Come. Ну, есть более какая-то такая своеобразная графика по сравнению с Kingdom Come. Ничего так пока, в общем, напоминаю. Ну, то есть РПГшка нормальная такая от первого лица. С сюжетом, с приключениями, со всеми делами. Так что только второй день, в общем-то, и вчера настолько полстрима было на нее. В первой части мы там заканчивали вторую DLC-шку Atomic Heart. Так что пока знакомлюсь в большей степени.
Nowhere? Never heard about it. Must be a shithole like no other. And I think I won't learn much about politics from you.
You know, people are talking about rising unrest in the north. and a secret coalition preparing a coup at the highest levels of power. And that whole plague thing is just a tool to reach their final goal. The Red Priests are also trying to get something out of it.
And to be honest, it's not gone too bad for them. The Druids are out of the picture already.
Well, sure. They want to establish a new order on our island. And it's not clear who's involved in the whole mess.
Maybe. Maybe our captain is even involved. Hell knows. They have their people everywhere. Damn it, you could be one of them too. Although when I look at you, I don't think so. You have such a stupid face. With all due respect, of course.
That's the case. Those sons of bitches are good at hiding. They kinda blend in and live among us. It's hard to tell if it's hideous magic or some other tricks.
Wait a minute. I'm not suggesting anything here. I'm just thinking out loud.
It doesn't make sense that the plague appeared just like that. Out of bloody nowhere? Hell no. It's a high-stakes game.
Power over us, of course. Over our bodies and souls. Over Avalon. Over the whole damn course of history. You know, I've been thinking lately. What if King Arthur is just a stupid fairy tale? What if the nobles and others involved in the whole conspiracy just made him up? And us peasants eventually just started to believe in it?
You know, one story for everyone. They drilled it into our heads, and drilled until it finally stuck. And then they built statues, wrote books, and everything else. You finally get it. It's just a pity that there are so few like us. Well, we just have to keep going, eh? And while we're at it, I have to get back to work. I'm on duty.
Так, а где же этот Марк? Награда. Глава ржавого Артгала. Объявляется награда за голову ржавого Артгала. Последний раз был замечен у разрушенного моста на Королевской дороге. Особой приметы — рыжие волосы. Известный своими злодеяниями разбойник ржавый Артгал, он же багровый Артгал, разыскивается за преступления против Камелота. В список его преступлений входит убийство, грабежи, вымогательство и осквернение святынь. Он возглавляет шайку столь же мерзких разбойников. Киллиан, представитель Камелота. Награда. Глава Беспалого Кольма. Объявляется награда за голову Беспалого Кольма. Последний раз замечен возле восточных ворот. Особые приметы — нет пальцев на левой руке. Беспалый Кольм разыскивается за бесчисленные преступления против граждан Камелота, среди которых измена, убийства и грабежи. Он возглавляет банду разбойников, известную как Кольмова дюжина. Киллиан, представитель Камелота. Ну а что, здесь есть, собственно говоря, все, что нужно. Вот. Это уже Ведьмака больше напоминает, да, там, где там доска — это объявлений с разными там заказами. Вот. Есть такие задания, есть задания там от разных там персонажей и так далее. То есть все, что надо для РПГ. В общем-то, хорошо. Награда. Глава Молчуньей Сирии. Объявляется награда за голову Молчуньей Сирии. Последний раз замечена к северу от затопленной деревни. Особые приметы. Часто носит черный капюшон и сражается парными кинжалами. Опасный убийца, известная под следующими именами: Молчунья Сирия, Стремительная Сирия, Сатин, Стрелка, Сильвия Синклер и Сафрон Сиборн. Разыскивается за многочисленные убийства, грабежи и кражи. Киллиан, представитель Камелота. Награда. Глава Синана Великана. Объявляется награда за голову Синана Великана. Последний раз замечен в заброшенной деревне у Королевской дороги. Особые приметы — необычайные размеры. Разбойник, известный как Сигнал Великан, разыскивается за убийство и грабежи. Чрезвычайно силен и опасен. Не приближайтесь в одиночку и берегите всего двуручного меча. Кириан, представитель Камелота.
Welcome, in the name of our eternally reigning Majesty King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Tables. I am obliged to inform you that fighting those who actively break the law and reject the rule of the crown is the duty and pride of every subject. As Camelot's representative, I will be paying a bounty of 10 gold pieces for the death of each bandit roving the area, as long as adequate proof is provided. I also recommend checking the bounty board for information on wanted criminals, especially those considered particularly dangerous. Please, state your business. That's correct. My name is Killian. I was sent here from the capital to see how the Horns of the South are handling the bandit problem, and also to encourage the keepers to fight. The situation with the Pict and Del Rita savages is precarious. Too bad we can't get rid of them as easily as we did with the Druids. There have also been rumors that we might soon have a civil war on our hands, so Camelot cannot afford to spread our forces too thin. There are rumors that the Rita tribes want to unite, and that would mean open war with Camelot. As for those Pict savages, they've been growing bold, leaving their forest. For now, it's just been small scrimmages. But who knows how it would end? Well, you've probably heard about the Druids making human sacrifices by stuffing people into wicker puppets and setting them on fire. Well, the people decided to give them a taste of their own medicine. They rounded them all up and then sent them up in smoke. Oh, how they must have howled and sizzled. Too bad I couldn't see it. Most of them, the survivors, have supposedly taken refuge with savages in the woods, and one of them is rumored to be hiding in the Horns area. But whether that was before or after the Charred Conclave, I don't know. Would you like to hear about him? His name was Slaudyard. He was lurking near Blood Lake, a small pond where they used to throw the bodies of executed convicts. They say he would fish them out and use his magic to turn them into undead monsters. Supposedly, he started needing some fresher corpses, so he slaughtered one of the keepers. The Horns organized a manhunt. They found him and sentenced him to death. People say that the moment his body touched the surface of Blood Lake, the water turned red and it's been scarlet since that day. Some say that Slaudyard came back from the dead and seeks revenge. But if you ask me, it's just a tale by local simpletons. I don't really have much more to tell. It's hard to get any updates here. I only know that the new Lancelot has not been very popular, and that's putting it mildly. The Witch Morgane would have been burnt at the stake long ago if everyone weren't so afraid of her. And then we have the commoners who seem to keep forgetting their place, and loudly demanding changes. Everything is falling apart. None so far. The keepers don't want to risk being turned into pincushions for a mere 10 gold pieces. Besides, the captain banned them from leaving the Horns of the South without a good reason. Too many bandits and not enough keepers. Well, Camelot would send a group of knights with Sir Galahad at the head, and he's not interested in half measures. He'd probably burn down half the garrison, or hang them. He's done both. By the way, did you know that people who are hanged rarely die from strangulation? Usually the sudden jolt causes the backbone to snap, which separates the head from the body. A while ago I saw someone hanged in the village, and it's true. One snap, and it's done. No matter what you say about him, he's very efficient. Brutal, even by my standards, but efficient. Oh, sure, plenty. Did you know that apparently if you cut off someone's head, they don't die straight away, but remain conscious for a few moments? If someone dies in a damp, closed-off space, sometimes, but very rarely, their body creates a thin layer of wax on the surface of the skin. I heard that a body decomposes in water 4 times faster than on land. I need to think. If I remember anything, I'll let you know. Someone finally checked out the notices I was posting on the board. That's the carcass of Fingerless Comb, isn't it? They've been hunting him for the slaughter of 2 keepers, and now they finally got him. Well, you have. Here's your reward. Go chop off some heads. Really? You fought bandits and killed them? Oh, I want to hear all the details. Here's your reward, but promise you'll tell me everything. Again? You really like killing, don't you? Do you shoot them with arrows from afar, or do you prefer to get right up close and watch the light fade from their eyes? I have so many questions, but for now, here's your reward. Incredible! You're a born killer, aren't you? Instead of just taking out bandit scum, how about hunting something bigger? There's an ogre, a really nasty son of a bitch, holed up in a nearby brook. I've heard that one swing of his hammer can turn a bear into a bloodbath. As you can imagine, the keepers aren't too keen on dealing with him, even though the ogre roams just off the main road to the north. When Galahad arrives, he certainly won't be pleased. If by some miracle you manage to kill it, you'll earn Camelot's gratitude and a hefty reward. Bring me the ogre's shiny eye as proof of the kill. The brook is right off the King's Road. Here, I'll mark it on your map. Go, the hunter waits. Oh hey, before you go, I can see the bloodlust in your eyes, you know. It takes one to know one. So here's some friendly advice, free of charge. If you're seeking scum to slay, you'll find bandits in the ruins of a merchant settlement nearby. It's worth visiting if you haven't already.
Хотя я все это выкинул. Яйцо, мука, черника. Вот что мне надо. С перегонным кубом среди племен. Пикты. Автор Алтин, странствующий алхимик. Нет на Авалоне племени загадочнее пиктов, и на этом я буду стоять. Я до сих пор живо помню, какое впечатление они на меня произвели. Когда я, наконец, отыскал их скрытую общину, они не сказали мне ни слова. Но я не почувствовал враждебности. Напротив, я уверен, что их разведчики наблюдали за мной и, наверное, сочли меня безобидным. Когда у меня закончились припасы, однажды утром я обнаружил возле своего спального мешка еду, явный знак того, что они меня приняли. Молчаливый проводник повел меня глубже в лес, где я повстречался с племенем. Мы все еще не обменялись ни словом. Целый месяц я жил среди них, молча наблюдая за их обычаями. Я записывал все ингредиенты, что они бросали в алхимический котел, и когда у меня не было объяснений, испытывал снадобье на себе. Результаты потрясающие. В следующем разделе я расскажу о лучших рецептах пиктах и способах их применения. И не забывайте, главное – это пропорции. Глазами кузнеца. Ослабление клинков. Автор Гернот Дакфин. Канцлер Камелота Лулах Малуй II защищал честь своей супруги в дуэли против пресловутого Бардельфа Злобного. Некоторые обвиняли Бардельфа в том, что он зачаровал свое оружие. И хотя Малуй от обвинения отмахнулся, свое обычное сверкание клинка говорило обратное. Зачаровывание оружия перестало быть уделом владеющих волшебством. Ныне в кузницах имеются способы применения таких средств ради преимущества в бою. И в описанном случае оружие Бардельфа не было обыкновенным. Хотя первой пролилась кровь Бардельфа, его удары действовали на Малуя необычайно. Легчайшие царапины как будто лишали канцлера скорости и силы. Чем дальше, тем быстрее. Почуяв подвох, Малой готов был уже сдаться, но Бардельф воспользовался положением и сразил его. Я и мои товарищи погибли кузнецов полагаем, что Бардельф покрыл свой меч двумя веществами – замедляющим и ослабляющим. Таково зловещее подтверждение растущей силы зачарованного оружия. Как ковать железо и не выглядеть дураком. Том 2. Автор Большой Ором. Копье вроде штука простая, палка со острием на конце. Но если ты думаешь, что достаточно просто привязать железку к шесту, тогда тебе не место в кузнице. Наконечник копья делает всю работу, так что его нужно ковать правильно. Слишком тонкий согнется при первом же ударе. Слишком толстый не пронзит там, где нужно. Неправильно закалишь, сломается или затупится. Форма тоже имеет значение. Широкий наконечник режет лучше, узкий глубже. У некоторых даже есть зазубрины, чтобы сложнее было вытаскивать, но это урок на потом. А если думаешь делать щиты, научись сперва ковать железный каркас, который не даст дереву развалиться. Только не переусердствуй. Сделаешь металл слишком тяжелым, и воину никакой враг не понадобится. Он будет сражаться со своим собственным щитом. Как ковать железо и не выглядеть дураком. Том 1. Автор Большой Ором. Топор – это топор. А боевой топор – это боевой топор. И не надо их путать. Один рубит дерево, другой людей. Топор должен резать чисто, чтобы не раскалывать волокна. Боевой топор должен бить сильно, входить под ребра и не застревать в кольчуге. Как его изготовить? Нужна хорошая сталь, такая, что не треснет от малейшего взмаха. Бей ее молотом, закаливая в огне, затем надежно прикрепи к рукояти, потому что какой толк от лезвия, если оно вылетает из рук? Топор должен быть достаточно легким, чтобы рука не уставала. Боевому топору, с другой стороны, нужен вес, он делает всю работу. А если выковать острое лезвие тебе пока не под силу, начни с булавы. Не нужно беспокоиться о закалке и заточке. Булава – это просто цельный кусок железа. Только убедись, что вес сбалансирован, чтобы не перетягивал в сторону. Искусство изготовления стрел. Том 1. Автор Этельгард, лучник 5. Гильдия подмастерьев настояла, чтобы я написал этот труд для систематизации знаний. Нелепость? Стрелы нужно делать, а не писать о них. Однако вот оно перед вами, большое пособие по деревянным и металлическим стрелам. Раз уж я все равно трачу свое время на марание этого пергамента, напомню о важности оперения. Перья подходящего размера увеличивают скорость, уменьшают сопротивление воздуха и повышает пробивное действие, что делает выстрел более смертоносным. Чем тяжелее стрела, тем обильнее должно быть оперение. Поверьте на слово, индюшачьи перья прекрасно подходят для любого вида стрел. Альманах Бронника, том 4, автор Арден, Клинок Тени. Я создал свой пластинчатый доспех на основе изображения со страницы 38 Великой войны Мервина, труда, предположительно, конца 3 или начала 4 века. Там изображен пехотинец армии Камелота в доспехе из пластин, соединенных кожаными шнурами. Я заменил кожу сталью, уделив особое внимание защите груди. Доспех выдержал испытания стрельбой. Из 5 стрел, выпущенных из арбалета с 10 шагов, частично пробили доспех только 2. Кто-то может усомниться в закалке стали или натяжении арбалета, но итог все же доказывает прочность доспеха. Мой доспех дает несравненную свободу движений, вероятно, даже лучшую, чем в оригинале. Он превосходит чешуйчатую броню по защите от ударов снизу а изготавливается быстрее, чем кольчуга или пластинчатый доспех. А главное, мой доспех великолепно выглядит. Овес, крупа, муки нету, яйца нету, черники нету. Так, с Марком мы еще не поговорили. Где этот Марк? О, мука есть. Чтобы свет как-то со светом разобраться.
You're back. Did you bring my goods?
You're the reason they put me here. You just wait until they let me out. I'll beat you so hard your own mother won't recognize you. Come a little closer so I can spit in your face. Nobody asks your opinion. I drink 'cause I want to. I drink 'cause guarding that empty gate is the most boring shit in the world. What's it to you anyway, huh? Maybe I was drunk, but the gate was guarded. It's not your damn pin, I wouldn't even let you in. But all is not lost. We can still be friends. Listen, just pour something delicious down my throat, huh? And I'll forget this insult. I'm not guarding the gate right this second, am I? There's nothing wrong with having a little sip, right? Come on, don't be like that. Just a drop. That's all I ask. I knew it, my friend. I knew we could get along. Oh, delicious. You're the best, you know.
Hope nothing bad happens today. Hope nothing bad happens today. Nice to see you. Just another peaceful moment.
What do you need? This is a prison, not a museum. We don't admire here. We punish. At least, that's what they tell me to say. I'm supposed to be intimidating. Grrr. So the prisoners are scared of me. Usually, it's nothing but interesting folks. I'm telling you, in these crazy times, every one of them comes in with some wild tale. But right now, quiet as can be. Good thing I've got my books. All my adventures are in there these days. Because I am. I asked for this post. Just to get some peace, quiet, and warmth. No useless small talk. No shrieking seagulls. And none of that cursed biting wind. I'm telling you, it's heaven. And I get to read my books, too. So if you've got anything interesting, I'd be glad to trade.
О, черника. Класс. Мне осталось только яйцо найти.
Who are you? What do you want? I don't recognize your face. I am. They told me it's for my safety, and the safety of others. I don't like it. The keep is supposed to be my home, and yet here I am, locked in a damn jail. That cursed madman from the refugee group bit me. I think his name is Cole. The boys told me he's locked up in a cage now. Good. That's the proper place for animals like him. By the All-Mother, if I'd known he was carrying some foul disease, I wouldn't have gone near them. He's just mad. I told the others the group of refugees would bring no good here. And as you can see, I wasn't wrong. Cursed bastards. Damned if I know. Whenever I've had a fever or cold before, I could always explain it. But this, I can't find the words. Sometimes it feels like I'm fading away. Like the part of me that makes me who I am is disappearing. I don't know how to describe it. And there's a voice at times. It calls to me. Each night it draws nearer. Like a dreadful howl. Not at all human, that's for sure. At times, I hear our words within it. But more often, it's like a noise from deep within the bowels of the earth. Like something very wicked. The medic and that red priest both came to see me. Both shrugged, offering no cure. Heber says I should wait. But if you've got anything stronger to drink, I wouldn't say no. It might ease the pain. Even just for a little. Thanks. That's really nice of you. Hold fast, and steer clear of those strangers.
Мы открыли, чтобы бадью украсть, блядь. Это пиздец какой-то. То есть 2 отмычки потратил, блин. Ради бадьи. Который здесь бесплатно валяется. Бадья, блин, да. Туалет, короче говоря. Да. Так, а Марка мы пока так и не нашли, да?
You all right, newbie? Have you been to see the refugees? I can't believe poor Cole was put in a cage. Hey, what a mess. Cole came to us with a group of refugees from some nearby villages. They were looking for shelter from, well, everything that's been happening here. Bandits, the weirdness, the Del Reader, hunger. I was happy Fergus let them in and allowed them to stay. You'll meet them in the village. They live in the buildings up high. Not long ago, though, Cole started acting very strange, erratic, sometimes even aggressive. One of our keepers, old Mahon, tried to calm him down. He might have used too much force, and Cole felt compelled to defend himself. He bit old Mahon. And since then, the old fool has been lying in the infirmary. Frankly, I think Mahon brought it on himself. They shouldn't have put that poor man in a cage. Wait, if you ever meet Patrice, please give her those flowers. I know it's not much, but I'd like her to know she's not alone. I support her and the other refugees. And I'm sure there are more of us who do.
Good to see you again. The pledge today was very interesting, wasn't it? The certainty in Quartermaster Aymer's voice. Beautiful. Makes one eager to start work. Huh? Ah, yes, of course. So, what do you need this time? The pass again? Are we planning a trip to the Stale Lamb? Hey, not this time, my friend. I've run out of ink. I'm waiting for a delivery. Steward Orla will let me know when more arrives. In the meantime, I need to ask you for a favor. So, you in? For the sake of our long friendship? You do know it needs to stay between us. Do you understand? Say you understand. Fantastic. So, here's the thing. On a recent night out at Ron's, it seems I may have left some sensitive documents at the bar. Documents, with Captain Fergus' seal. But not necessarily sealed by him. You know what I mean. I can't really go there right now. Could you get them back for me? I'm sure it won't be too much of a problem. Splendid! When you have the documents, meet me at the third crowing of the rooster. Or just find me. I'll be around.
Странно, что, рубим, да, чего же мы не берем по линии. Мерзкие кошмары и архишпиль. Автор аноним. В окрестностях появились сообщения о странном безумии. Путешественники и хранители около архишпиля видели тревожные сны, каждому снилось свое, но всех объединяло ощущение чего-то незримого, таящегося во тьме. Пострадавшие начали вести себя странно, впадая то в апатию, то в буйство, а потом и вовсе теряли человеческий облик, подобный диким зверям. В итоге эти несчастные либо пропадали бесследно, либо погибали. Кое-кто полагает, что это безумие полностью стирает человеческую личность. Как бы то ни было, вставать на ночлег рядом с архишпилем категорически не рекомендуется. Хрен его знает, может здесь краденое кому-то продавать или нет. Так, тайник. Ну, Марк охотник, может, она не в крепости.
If I just stay put, everything will be just fine. Bloody seagulls! Can you hear me? You flying vermin! Just try landing here and I'll pluck your asses clean. A keep by the sea. What a great idea that was. And what do you want? I'm fixated. Me! Oh, you didn't see what they did to me a week ago. I was just standing watch as usual, and then, suddenly, splat. A dozen of them flying overhead, screeching, shitting and whatnot. So, I yelled what I think about them, shaking my fist. And then another 4, splat! And they kept screeching. I tell you, they're laughing at me. I spent all night cleaning my armor. Sewell didn't think it through when he decided where to put the keep, mark my words. And I don't like how you seem to think I'm a fool. So, what now? Should I shit on you for that? I don't think so. I once managed to shoot a few. I thought they'd learned their lesson and wouldn't be flying over here anymore. And guess what they did? They kept shitting. With increased force. Like they're planning it. Vengeful scoundrels. I need to try a different strategy. Find something that will make them feel real terror. Like the way crows are afraid of scarecrows in fields. I'm sure seagulls also have something that scares them. We just need to find out what it is. Oh, thank you. I just need you to bring me some kind of a bird scarer. They'll learn their lesson and keep away from me. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's anyone crazy enough to take up something like this. But there is one guy in the museum, Riderick. He's supposed to know everything.
Марина, черника нужна.
Were you at the pledge? I didn't see you. Yeah. Victory over health. Honor over life. Yeah. Bandits, tribes, Sodom all. Sleep, damn it, is the worst son of a bitch I ever fought. No sleeping now. The service is eternal. Where would we be if Seawall took naps all the time? You need to serve, not... I shut my eyes for about 15 minutes every day. Sometimes 20. Besides, a true keeper doesn't sleep. He keeps watch. The old mother will reward me after I'm dead. But I'm not gonna lie. That potion from Eber, our physician, works miracles. You could stand on the walls all day and night and not even think about closing your eyes. What? Listen, pal, I never asked. I just came in the evenings when I was getting sleepy and took it. And then Yan put it somewhere else. Keeper's vigor. Good stuff. Shows what you know. Once more, call to this glorious service by the grace of the sea.
О, черника. Все, пирог можно приготовить.
Attention, the better.
Just passing through.
Хера себе. Нет, пока рано туда. Так, это туда же ведет.
Nice to see you. Hey. Hello. Are you also wondering why the heck we need them? Lighthouses. Why the hell are Dara and his workers pushing so hard to build the second one? Is one not enough?
Вот такой,
Is it
это
because
бояк.
one is less than two and less is worse? I mean, two lighthouses next to each other are almost the same as one, and ships don't even sail this way anymore. Ah, symbolism. Yeah, maybe. Whatever that is. Aye, why would they? The waters are treacherous, so no ships. Storms and the weirdness are a deadly combination. Besides, who'd have the time to build or repair them? There are enough problems on the island. We don't need more. Well, not much going on here, as you can see. Things have been a bit different lately, due to the refugees. One was even hanged for theft. But I can't say much more as I wasn't there. If you're interested in the horns, you should visit our museum. You'll learn more about that fella, Swal, or whatever his name is. What do I think? As long as they follow the rules, they can stay. And if they don't, then they can hang. That's all. Folks are saying that there's some other group, probably more dangerous, not so far from here. If they come closer, well, that wouldn't be too good. Aye, it's boring, but at least you don't have to pay to enter. But almost nobody goes there anyway. You can stay here and serve. Sit in the tavern, drink and eat something. If you're looking for an adventure, you'll have to go elsewhere. There's always something happening out in the world. But you know what? Here in the south, everything happens late. It's a big world out there, and a small one right here. I wonder if, once they finish this one, they'll start building a third.
Ну, если это просто маяк, то можно и сходить, посмотреть, что там. Что это за звук такой, блин? Почему? Для чего? Что это означает?
Hey, you're heading to the village, right? Tiernan should let you in. Take this medicine to my father, will you? Goban is a loud man. You shouldn't have trouble finding him. I can't promise that talking to him will be any fun. Come to me afterwards.
Ah, he used to serve too. In fact, he was the builder before me. Now he's just an old fart angry at the world.
But a father is a father, right? We may hate each other, but as long as I can help him, I will. Hence the medicine.
If Haber doesn't know, then I don't either. So we keep trying. Because he received orders not to let any keeper through without a pass. And I don't have one. I've already used mine. Guess what I used it on? That's right. Bringing medicine to my father. When that Egypt gets an order, he's like a priest who stumbled into an orgy. He's got a stick up his ass. Nothing gets through him. Not all keepers have been here their entire life, you know? He got me before he joined the Horns. Serves me right for wanting to find him, stupid son of a bitch. If only I knew what it would entail. Well, no, of course not. We're not priestesses of the All Mother. A woman can be an old crone and still devote herself to the All Mother. But a man's got to have some fight left in him to be a keeper. Old enough to hold a sword, young enough to not break under its weight. We all got different roles around the keep, sure. But at the core, we're warriors. Don't forget that. If I had a gold coin for every time someone asked me that, I could fund the damn thing myself. Look, it's Camelot's orders. I get paid to follow them, not to question them. If they want to throw money at us to keep up appearances, that's their problem. I'm not about to stop them. I don't know. Following my old man here was all I ever wanted. Never saw myself as anything else. Tried picturing myself as a husband, a father once. But, nah. I wouldn't know how to raise a kid. I'd just mess them up. Like father, like son, I guess. See you around.
Oh, Mother have mercy. Not another one. If I let you pass, will you promise not to make any trouble? That's just my luck. Take the post, Tiernan, they told me. You'll be looking after a village full of old farts. That's practically early retirement, they said. What a load of crap. There's always something. If it's not the deck falling apart, it's a refugee running around biting people. The deck? Nah, just old wood. Honestly, it's the least of my problems. But I've got no way to fix it. Dara's always busy with his lighthouse, and every time I try to do it myself, someone else needs me for something. I can't even sneak out to the tavern because last time some rich bint started complaining that everything here smells of fish. That's a seaside village. What else would it smell of? You do that? That would be a huge relief. Well, maybe not huge. There are bigger problems, but it'd be a start. Truth be told, I don't know why they want it so badly. It's for boats. No one here even uses boats. But, well, you know how it is with old folks. Once they get fixated on something, there's no point in arguing. I'd pay if I could, but this was supposed to be my job. The budget's long gone. But if you're interested, I could teach you a thing or two about home decor. Not exactly standard keeper knowledge, but, well, we all have our secrets. Surprised? Can't blame you. This might sound odd coming from someone stationed in a glorified fish bucket, but I've got a thing for furniture. The only thing more mismatched than the barracks around here is my career choice. But, yeah, I like imagining places where things fit. Where chairs don't wobble. Tables don't look like someone hacked them together with a dull axe, and beds. Well, beds don't feel like they're plotting your murder while you sleep. Not exactly a secret I broadcast. Most folks see me as Tiernan the Grumbler. But, hey, we've all got something that keeps us sane, right? Mine just happens to be daydreaming about nicer chairs. Well, to be fair, he only bit one person. But it was a keeper. I know Mahone can be a piece of shit sometimes, but gods. Now both of them are sick. And Haber's got no clue what's wrong. Which is the only reason that refugee isn't dead. Yet. So, he's sitting in a cage. His wife's crying all day, and everyone's pissed. Meanwhile, I'm stuck in the middle of it all. Oh, she's a real piece of work, that one. Her name's Lady Elisa. Something. I don't remember. She came here with her husband. I never heard him get a word in. You know, sometimes I regret not getting married. But if I had a wife like her, I'd just end up being a keeper all over again. No, not really. Fortunately. No need to tell me that. But I can't just go back to patrolling the walls. I'd be a laughingstock. I'd rather sit here and hope everything works itself out. I mean, everyone's gotta die someday, right? So whether it's me or them, at least my problems will be over. See you around.
Так, ну надо покурить.
What do you want? To gawk at the beast? Well, I'll have to disappoint you. My Cole is not the monster you all believe him to be. So you really don't know? If you're not from here, I'm not sure what could have brought you to this hellhole, but you have my sympathies. Just know that Cole isn't like that. Something is poisoning his mind and soul. I don't know what it is, or why it happened to Cole, but now we're all at the mercy of those damned keepers. One evening there was a quarrel between our group, the villagers, and one of the keepers. They'd had a bit too much to drink and let some comments slip. They hurled insults at us, saying there's no place for us here, that we should just get the hell out of here because things are hard for everyone. Hard? Sure. I bet that bunch of wimps wouldn't last a week outside. All they do is sit in that keep of theirs, thinking they're the defenders of justice. Well, Cole went mad. I've never seen him like that before. He attacked that keeper and bit him. It was serious, but the keeper survived. If it weren't for the other men from the village, things could have ended very differently. Afterwards, they chained Cole up and locked him in a cage. His condition started to worsen. They said a monster like him doesn't deserve a jail cell. Jail cells are for humans. Bastards. This might sound silly, but before we reached the keep, we came near a strange structure. The locals call it the Arch Spire. In the morning, we realised everyone had a strange dream, but it was a little different for each of us. Cole started acting weird after that, and in time it only got worse. No, only that, well, it didn't make much sense, but he was convinced that something bit him. He kept checking. It must have been some bug. Something changed by the weirdness. That must have caused his fever, his insanity. Well, it was pretty typical. We started a fire and threw some cobwebs into it. Frang brought them back from one of his treks. That boy could always find them somehow. It was our protection from the night and the weirdness. Ellis was on watch that day, but from what he told us, he eventually fell asleep. We were lucky no one slit our throats. I was in a strange place. Dark, full of fog, eerie. I was trying to find him. I called out, but no one answered. I was alone in the night, and then I kept falling, and falling, and falling. And then I woke up. We set up camp near the Arch Spire. We hoped that bandits wouldn't dare to venture into a place like that. Well, now I know why we could have been right. With everything that's been happening lately, I'm ready to believe in every strange thing in this world.
Bloody hell, look at this! The old place is in a shambles. Bunch of decrepit old coots. They do nothing but shuffle around, stare at walls, and sleep under leaking roofs. Can't even hammer a nail properly. I'm telling you, if I was still working here, this place wouldn't be falling apart. Ah, but I'm not. Oh, shite. I can't even stand to look at it, let alone live here. And who are you? What you want? You another one of Durar's freeloaders? I bloody knew it. Retirement my arse. It's shit. Never a moment of peace. At least when I was still working, there was always something to do. Now, so, what you want? One day, my boy got it into his stupid head that old Gaban is ill. Bullshit! They're all telling me I should do something about it, or else I'm done for. I'll be dead as a doornail in no time. Ha! Like hell I will. I'm still here, ain't I? I've served my time. I've lived me life. And now you can all kiss my ass. So there. Listen, they wanted Heber, that healer from the keep, to come here. He did. They wanted him to look me over. He did. Then he just threw up his hands, mumbled something to himself, and that was it. Hell, I should have been an healer. Wouldn't mind going around being a pain in everyone's arse for a living. These herbs. No idea what they're for. Heber said he doesn't know what's wrong with me, so there's no illness. I'm fit as a fiddle. Ah, good thing that at least the one guy who hangs around, Finley's the name, doesn't nag me all the time. Yeah, right. He'd better focus on his job. What's with all the questions? Get me a drink and maybe I'll consider talking. Ah. So, what was your question? That's what he says anyway. But yeah, he's my blood. Eager like me, and look at that bulbous nose. Won't disown what's clearly mine. But I ain't gonna talk with a stranger. It's like half the blighters here don't have working peckers, or they've never even touched a woman. Curious, aren't you? Fetch me a drink and we'll see about a chat. Ah. So, what was your question? Hold on. Finley is not my caregiver. He's my helper at most. Hey, first of all, I'm not a cripple who needs a decrepit dimwit running round after me. Secondly, do you know the problem with having a helper who's mute? He doesn't bloody talk. I mean, it's not all bad. At least I don't have to listen to even more bullshit. He puffs up like a marshmallow every time he tries to say something. But I don't understand shit. You're digging a little deep, aren't you? Bring me a drink and I'll consider talking. Ah. So, what was your question? You see, back in the day, being a keeper was a serious business. Now, don't even get me started. You used to come here with a mission, not to run away from your bloody mother. Nowadays, lads get brought here by their own kin when they've had enough of them, or they think the Orns can hide them from the law. No, back in my day there was none of this scum. I came here to serve. My girl cried when I left her, but I've always known this is where I wanted to be. How was I supposed to know she had a bloody bun in the oven? By the time the wean was born, I was already planning the lighthouse's construction. Heck knows what he came here for. That's not my problem anymore, and I don't stick my nose in anyone else's business. Oh, so many questions. How about a drink first, and then we'll talk? Ah. So, what was your question? I'm starting to like you, stranger. And trust me, it's been a long time since I liked, well, anybody. I liked me brothers in arms back in my glory days. Good lads, every damn one of them. Tough as nails, loyal to a fault. The kind of men you'd want beside you in the darkest holes of Avalon. But they're gone now, all of them. The old captain got it in his head to send us down to rediscover some mouldy tunnels under the keep. Damn full mission, that was. We went in together, but I was the only one to come back out. I can still see all their faces when I close my eyes. A hard loss it was.
Вот это интересно.
But I'm still here.
Либо нам туда и надо.
I wonder why. Why the sudden interest? Maybe if you bring me a drink, I'll humor you. Ah. So, what was your question? Those tunnels, right. Well, me and the lads went down there to check if we could repurpose them under the horns. Damn full mission that was. But it wasn't just some empty caves. There were monsters, straight out of Age of Legends. Sick stuff. Stuff that get under your skin. Looked like... Ah, hell. Memory's all twisted up now. Like a bloody nightmare mixed with shadows that don't belong. Want to know more? Speak with Fergus. He's in charge of this shit show now. Now, I propose a toast to those lost souls. This one's on me. Peace, you say. Problem is, sometimes I think they never died. They haunt me in my dreams, you know. Bloody bastards. I swear I wanted to go back and retrieve their bodies. Our late captain, make Grindelows piss on his grave, forbade me from going back. But when I drink, I usually pass out, and then I don't remember my dreams. So, I drink. Ah, my brothers deserved better.
Who are you? Another refugee? This place is already crawling with your lot. It's like a Camelosian privy after a feast. In my day, you only saw old, familiar faces round here. And maybe we didn't all love each other, but a local is a local. It was easier to share with others, even when you didn't have much. That's so. Fine. Whatever you say. But yeah, I could see that you don't really look like one of them. Just pass them through then. Shame it had to be now. Not so long ago, we'd have sat down and had a drink with the rest of the lads. Now I come here alone. Orderly. No damn rabble begging at the gates and eating us at a house and home. Back then, sure, civilians came and went. But housing them, feeding them? We had a rule. No freeloading. But I guess that went out the window, along with our pride. It used to mean something to be a keeper. You could come in off the streets and keepers would make a man out of you. Now, bunch of spoiled lordlings sold off to Brandon by their daddies for a bag of gold. Treated like they're made of glass. Soft, weak, the lot of them. What's there to be proud of? You watch your damn mouth. We did everything we could. I've said it before. We need a whole damn army to keep this region in check. And besides, how do you know these leeches are even telling the truth? Every village wiped out. Just like that? Give me a break. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Do you see anything interesting around here? There's this tavern, and plenty of fish in the sea. Decent place to retire, but not much else. Well, if you're looking to sightsee, try the sunken village. Just don't let the locals tear you to shreds. I don't know, but you could put something on a table, and then maybe we can talk. Thank you. That's better. We used to come here, the three of us. Me, Berg, and Fedley. But lately, something's gotten into Berg, and it all kinda fell apart. Hell knows what happened. One day he just stopped talking to us. We went to his house to get him, but he only cursed a blue streak at us. Say, mate, do you feel like talking to an old obla? I feel bad for him, but I've got no more patience. And Finley? Let's just say Finley's no good at this stuff. Now you're talking. Ever since he got so maudlin, Berg usually sits alone by the sea. Let me know what's wrong with him.
Excuse me, could you get me a clean glass? And I mean clean, not just wiped 3 times with a dirty rag. I'm not sure. I don't mean to say that you peasants all look the same, but you have to understand it's quite difficult for people like me to tell anyone apart in this dreariness. Especially since there seems to be so many people like you here. I thought the South was supposed to be more secluded. Well, I'm sorry if you felt offended. I won't bother you anymore. Well, I'm sorry if you felt offended. I won't bother you anymore.
Hello, child. You look competent enough. I can see that you're not of noble blood. Oh, no need to tell me that. I've tutored the children of aristocrats from all over Avallon. Fortunately for you, my opinion of them is not particularly high. Oh, and you don't look like one of the locals. Are you a visitor? Or an adventurer? You can talk. Now, I'm sure we'll get along. My name is Lady Elaine. I oversee the Farshire Library, the greatest collection of books in this part of Avallon. By the All-Mother, don't tell me you don't know what Farshire is. The largest duchy in the middle of the island, with the wise Lady Kincaid in power, who has a hold over the entire territory. Nothing? Oh, really? Farshire is one of the first duchies on Avallon. It is a beautiful land with lush fields, forests rich in game, and most importantly, the Wordstone mines in the west, the primary source of our wealth. Well, at least that's how I remember it. Now it's a mere shadow of its former glory. Oh, it's a rare and coveted material, necessary to create the sturdiest steel in the world. As you can imagine, dear, it used to be Farshire's greatest treasure, until the primordial fog took our minds. I know, child. I know. Everyone was surprised. Camelot turned up their noses at this for years. But after Lord Kincaid died, and Aidan, Lady Kincaid's son, disappeared, the nobles of Farshire decided she could stay on the throne. Even if Aidan had been alive, she would still be ruling as a regent until he came of age. But between you and me, he wasn't a very bright boy. So she would have been ruling until her death anyway. Oh, we're lucky to have her. difficult times require determined leaders. Worse than ever. Oh, the wordness is thickening, and the roads are getting dangerous and unpredictable. That's why I'm here, wandering Avalon looking for solutions. If I don't do this, who will, hmm? You're probably wondering what a feeble old lady who can't even lift a sword could possibly accomplish. But King Arthur didn't conquer Avalon just because he couldn't swing a blade. No, he had knowledge, and enough wisdom to know how to use it. Lady Kincaid wasn't happy when she found out about this idea, but all Mother's mercy, I am her tutor. She cannot dictate what I do, no matter her standing. Oh, do you mean a family? Oh, I've never had time for such trifles. No suitor was ever more interesting than a good book, nor did any of them smell better either. And I've raised enough of other people's children to never wish for my own. Oh, surprising. I'm looking for someone who will help me find a certain artifact. So, are you interested, child? I came to the Horns of the South because I found a fascinating book. It referred to a certain object, a figure most likely, which has the ability to dispel the wordness like a menhir can. Apparently, it can be found on the ship called Andraste, which sank over 100 years ago somewhere in this area. However, when I asked those nincompoops about it, they just laughed at me. They said that the Andraste wasn't carrying anything of value, and even if it was, they wouldn't freeze their butts off in those chilly waters. The Last Voyage of the Andraste by Elvis the Lightkeeper. He was one of the more notable keepers. In his waning years, he became an adjutant to Captain Lex. But it's best if you read it yourself. You can read, can't you? But just be very careful. This is a very rare publication. Read it very carefully, and after you're done, come to me, and I'll tell you more. A deal? And they say young people don't want to learn anything. Come on, chop, 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 get to reading.
You seen all the refugees coming from the nearby villages? They're trying to get... We're in the middle of something. Come back when we're done. If you're still breathing. You seen all the refugees coming from the nearby villages? They're trying to get away from the bandits and the weirdness.
Aye, I've seen...
Beer from Kunacht, wine from Farshire, moonshine, only local, the best there is. And fish, lots and lots of fish. What's your poison? You mean the old pier? Well, first of all, it's not that old. Brenadin was already the captain when it was built. Why is it called that? Don't know. Probably because of all those old folks around. A lot has been happening here lately. Plenty of new faces. I definitely can't complain. I'm finally running a proper tavern. People come and go and the regulars drink as usual, as it should be. Daddy will be proud. Hey, not here, obviously. You won't see your old man here unless your name's Dara. Mine sent me here because he hoped I'd make something out of my life. He never wanted me to pour a beer and look at the same tired mugs day in, day out, but as it turns out, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I got mauled by a weird beast during a hunt, and after that, the captain decided I wasn't any good for active service, so sent me here. I was bored out of my mind, and since there wasn't one here, I decided to start a tavern. At least I'm not as bored anymore. No, I don't recall anything like that. No, listen. I don't know what's going on, but I doubt any of the keepers had anything important on them. Half of them couldn't tell the quartermaster's seal from a pile of horse dung someone stepped on. But that means... no. Impossible. What if... holy moonshine. I remember. Sigibald. It was Sigibald who left those documents behind. I've no idea how you found out about it. Sigi. He's dead. Taken by a fever. Aye, of course I have. I didn't just throw them in some cabinet. I was afraid they'd fall into the wrong hands. He was a good man. I wouldn't get rid of my only memento of him. Here, after what you said, I assume you'll make good use of them. Even though I'm still not sure what to think about it. Things are getting weirder and weirder in our beloved Avalon. Well, he died like he lived, with a tankard in his hand. The boys always said Sigi was a friend worth 5 others. And he was. He was a prankster like no other. Once, he slipped a rotten egg into the quartermaster's dinner. Never a dull moment with him, that's for sure. No problem. Listen, if by some miracle you really talked with Sigibald, please, give him my warm regards. I don't understand anything anymore.
Unless you've got news that will knock me off my stool, best leave us be.
If it's not urgent, I suggest you walk away. Now.
Well, I'm sorry if you felt offended. I won't bother you anymore.
Внимание! Проникновение на территорию замка без разрешения строго воспрещено. Строго наказывается. Также просим удержаться от новых даров в виде хлеба от чаек. И так нет покоя. Хранитель Гвилан. Умоляю, не забирайте все, что у нас есть. Да, мы беженцы, но это не значит, что кто угодно может брать наше имущество. Важное объявление. На берегу найден правый ботинок. Можете забрать его в таверне. Но принесите доказательство владения левым ботинком.
Oi, Noel! What if I pulled Excalibur from that stone, but it broke, but only at the tip? Would I still get to be king, or not?
Ha! You're so daft.
Письмо Сигибальду. Сигибальд. Когда-то я и представить не мог, что стану писать себе такое письмо. До сих пор я считал, что все плохое, что случилось после того, как ты ушел, было вызвано твоим неверным решением. И в потере Арианы я тоже винил себя. Интересно, как все меняется со временем. Кажется, я тоже изменился. Даже не знаю, дойдет ли до тебя это глупое письмо. Если дойдет, то прости меня. А я принимаю твои извинения. Рос. Последнее плавание Андрасте. Автор «Хранитель света» Алвис. Это было скверное место, особенно для людей. Странные инструменты, предназначенные... боги знают, для чего. Написанные на иностранном языке знаки и та пугающая фигура. По сей день одно лишь воспоминание заставляет меня содрогнуться. И подумать только, что все это таилось... А может и сейчас таится совсем рядом с рогами юга. По мне, так вход в эту шахту надо завалить и запечатать навеки вечные. Я пытался убедить капитана Лекса ничего не брать из тех проклятых комнат, но он не слушал. Четырехрукая фигура мне не показалась чем-то особенным, но я видел, как она манит капитана. Она напоминала мне о тех странных менгирах, про которые рассказывали жители деревень в глуби острова, только не таких внушительных размеров. По приказу капитана мы погрузили груз в трюм и взяли курс на остров Мертвых, где стояла островная лечебница. Остров Мертвых. Лишь написав эти слова и осмыслив все, что произошло потом, я понял, насколько жестоко это название. От размышлений меня оторвал шум, грохот, громкий, как раскаты грома. Удар сбил меня с ног и швырнул об мачту, как тряпичную куклу. Я не сразу понял, что в днище корабля что-то врезалось, что-то огромное. Вода заливала палубу. Люди бегали и кричали, то есть те, кого еще не выбросило за борт. Я понятия не имел, что происходит. Неужели Ноли завел нас на скалы? Затем ударило еще раз, теперь в левый борт. И тогда я его увидел. Каждый моряк на юге слышал рассказы об ужасе глубин, а я его видел своими глазами. Его чешуйчатая туша лишь на мгновение промелькнула перед моими глазами. Но это зрелище я не забуду до самой смерти. Корабль тонул, а я все еще не мог перестать смотреть туда, где видел морское чудовище. Мгновение спустя обломок мачты треснул меня по голове, и я потерял сознание. По сей день я не знаю, чему обязан своим выживанием, воле богов, капризу судьбы или прихоти чудовища. Почему именно я? Может быть, я избран рассказать эту историю? Если да, то именно это я и сделаю. И я смиренно благодарю силы, которые не способен постичь, за то, что мне дана возможность исполнить эту задачу. Мерзкие кошмары и архишпиль. Автор аноним. В окрестностях появились сообщения о странном безумии. Путешественники и хранители около архишпиля видели тревожные сны. Каждому с ней свое, но всех объединяло ощущение чего-то незримого, таящегося во тьме. Пострадавшие начинали вести себя странно. Мне кажется, это мы уже читали. Что же она была отмечена, как будто бы нет. Ну ладно.
And? Have you read The Last Voyage of the Andraste? Oh, splendid, splendid. Oh, it's an excellent book, don't you think? Now, let's test your reading comprehension. According to Elvis the Lightkeeper, in the mine near the Horns of the South, they found something that they took with them on the ship. Do you remember what that was, child? That's right. This is the artifact I'm looking for. One that might be vital to repelling the wordness. According to Elvis's description, the figure is smaller than a menhir and light enough that they were able to carry it to the ship without any trouble. Were it small, it would probably have been placed in Captain Lex's quarters instead of in the hold. I've estimated it should be about 1 meter tall. Good. Next question. What was the Andraste's destination? Correct. Be very careful with what I'm about to tell you. But some believe that the Red Priests are dedicated to studying the wordness instead of the Red Death. Captain Lex must have thought they'd pay him generously for a four-dweller artifact. Last question. What sank the Andraste? Yes, you did well, child. I can see that you were paying attention. According to Elvis, the Andraste was sunk by the legendary terror from the deep. But if you want to know more, ask your keeper friends. They should be much better informed. Now, all you need to do is find the wreck of the Andraste and retrieve the mysterious figure. Oh, if only I knew. It must have happened somewhere on the way between the Horns of the South and the Island Asylum. Oh, but where exactly? Fortunately, I know something that could help us. In the Horns of the South Museum, there are some extremely interesting books and documents lying around and collecting dust. Can you imagine having such treasures at hand and choosing to completely ignore them? Oh, barbarians. Among them, you'll find the Andraste's logbook, which was saved by Elvis. I've read it, of course, but I know nothing about sailing. I'm sure such a competent child as yourself will handle it much better. Go to the Horns of the South Museum, read the logbook, and then tell me whether you managed to locate the wreck of the Andraste.
Деревянный особняк. Мечтаете о своем доме у моря? Добро пожаловать в очаровательную топкую лощину, где воздух соленый, дома вентилируемые, а разваливающийся пирс почти не загораживает вид на море. Каждый дом здесь рассказывает свою историю, в основном о протекающих крышах, скрипучих полах и призраках, которые будут пополам с вами платить за отопление. Спешите купить, пока о правах на владение не заявили угнездившиеся чайки. Финн и Берт, с которыми надо поговорить, да. Так, яйцо, на всякий случай. Я просто не помню, было у нас или нет. Что за чё?
Buy something or bugger off. Unless you've already bought from Orla. Then just bugger off. Long enough to know what sells. Not that I'd mind having a wider selection of goods, you know. Some more options on offer. But people here don't need much, so what you see is all I have. Then there's the refugees. For now, I guess they're good business. But long term, doubt it. Sooner or later they'll run out of money. They don't have any way to earn it since no one wants them here. They'll get kicked out, or they'll just leave and not come back. But there'll be others around to keep the businesses running, more or less. I wouldn't mind knowing that myself. She stole a lucrative business contract out from under me and my family, then made herself at home here. Damn those timber wall merchants. Everyone's always yammering about Timberwall. Timber this, timber that. Bugger them all. Remember, good business, only with Quanacht. Fair prices, no bullshit. Yes, Connacht. From a merchant family, to be specific. Though I've always wanted to join the Royal Geographers, to chart the uncharted. But I broke my leg, badly enough that I couldn't travel anymore. After the accident, I was stuck at home, sitting on my ass and looking after the books. It was driving me crazy. Not what I wanted from life. You've never heard of them? They're a guild of explorers, dating back to the Age of Legends. They travel across Avalon, documenting all the lost and forgotten places, crawling through hidden caves, discovering old ruins. That's what LSA and I dreamed of, though only one of us got to live it. Well, a friend from back home. It was a long time ago. We were both snot-nosed kids who didn't know any better. We'd run around Connacht, drawing maps of every corner we could find. And on the farms, LSA insisted on marking every stone in the fields. My mother used to get on my ass for wasting so much paper and charcoal. Good times. She got in with the geographers, started running errands for them. Well, it was right after my accident. I might have, acted a bit rashly. Said some things I shouldn't have. You know how it goes. We stopped talking, and then she left Connacht. Haven't seen her since. First thing I did when I arrived was ask the locals what this village is called. And they just said, wait for it, the village. There's also a sunken village nearby. So I asked them what that one was called, and they said, the sunken village. So I asked what it was called before it was flooded, and they told me, the village. How do you even work with that?
Где же вся рыба-то, которую я стырил? То есть взял. Так, дерево 50.
What do you want? Who are you? Ha! Guess he's got nobody else to get pissed with. Finley never liked drinking alone with him. Tagden tends to get into one of his moods. And? What? That's all? You're bothering me just because that old rascal is sitting alone in the inn with nobody to natter to. You people, bugger off.
Древесина. Ну, логично было бы, чтобы этот чел продавал древесину.
You just gonna stand there and stare? Or are you gonna buy something?
Так, а где же мне взять древесину? Сколько у меня вообще ее? Ну, с тем разговаривать бесполезно.
Feels wrong, doesn't it? Me up here, and them down there. Guess it's just me and memories now. Memories and regret.
Так, а где же древесина? Букет для Бетрис. Так, Бетрис. Странно. Ну, я же брал древесину. Куда она делась-то? Вот она. Так. 25. То есть у меня только половина. Вот там же я рубил. И почему же нельзя было брать-то? Ну. Что за хрень? Где беженцы здесь? Кто это, кстати, баба? Так вот она.
What? What? How dare you? Do you know the meaning of those flowers in that configuration? Revenge. Revenge, deception, and death. There's nothing nice about it, and I don't know if he did it on purpose or if he's just an idiot. But trust me, it's not a nice gesture. Thank you. For them. You are from nowhere, just like me. That's why I believe you. Take those flowers away, burn them, throw them in a cauldron, whatever. I don't want to look at them. Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Beatrice. As for me and Cole, well, we left Ree hoping to find a quiet place to rest for a bit. We planned to travel the King's Road toward Camelot. Well, here we are. We found our bloody Camelot. Cole is locked up and all I can do is shed bitter tears. Yeah, we grew up there. The village was built around a trade route. My parents ran a tavern that stood right by the road. We had a good life. We lacked for nothing. Well, that was before the damned grubwood started spitting out monsters. Then more and more caravans disappeared into the forest. People were telling stories that grew more horrifying by the day. In the end, taking that route meant certain death. The same thing that will happen to every place on this god-forsaken island. Ruin. We used to have generous clientele. Merchants and emissaries from all over Avallon. They had deep pockets, always left lots of gold. But, well, that changed. Then our only income came from the villagers, who were getting drunker and poorer by the day. That was always our plan. Cole and I never wanted to stay there forever. Beatrice and Cole from the village of Ree, that wasn't us. Yeah, I doubt I'll ever see him again. I don't think there's anything worth going back for. Two or 3 weeks ago, things were starting to get difficult. The supplies we brought with us were running low. A larger group of people is always helpful. There's always someone to talk to and share the work with. But it also means more mouths to feed and more worries to deal with. It's not easy. Each of us has a different story. Some wanted to seek their fortune elsewhere, like me and Cole. Some had to flee their homes because of bandits pillaging their villages, or because of the weirdness. Ree could be one of those places by now. There's so much turmoil in this world. People can suddenly lose themselves, becoming a danger to those they once loved. Be careful out there.
So much for a secluded cave keeping visitors away. Seems like there's no one on this island to hide in peace. Ah well, since you're here, I have an important question. Do you have any food? I promise to answer all of your questions, no matter how annoying or asinine they might be. But first, do you have any food? Oh dear. Yes, food. That stuff you put in your mouth to make sure your body doesn't wither and die, you know? Fish, meat, vegetables, bread. Oh, some bread would be especially nice. But I'll take anything, really. No, I cannot. My doctrine forbids me from killing any living being, even one as mindless and insignificant as a fish. Or that of an annoying trespasser who won't stop tormenting a starving man with inane questions. Thanks. I'll be forever indebted to you. But don't expect much. The only payment I can offer you is seashells, or, you know, access to an infinite well of ancient druidic wisdom. I'd rather you choose wisdom. I threw out my collection of seashells a few days ago after I stepped on them with my bare feet. Much better. Time for a nap. Oh, except you're still here. Oh no, don't tell me you still have questions. My name is Drest, and I am the local hermit. I don't understand your skepticism. I live alone, in a cave, collect seashells, and occasionally talk to crabs. What else could I be? But didn't you know? There are no more druids. The mob rounded them all up, stuffed them into a giant wicker man, and lit a fire. Their screams could barely be heard over the roaring flames, but the stench of the burning flesh easily overwhelmed the smell of blazing wicker. Its glow painted the sky in reds and yellows for the entire night. Don't be silly. How could I have been there if I'm here now? Some years ago? I'm not sure. I don't remember. Can we change the subject? I'm sure there are more interesting things we could be talking about. Well, I live here, obviously. The same way you did, I presume. I'm giving you truthful answers. That's all you should ever hope for. Oh, you know what would be nice? A bath. I do miss baths. I suppose when someone says they miss the taste of roast pork, you tell them to go lick a pig. Anyway, show me the scroll. Yes, I see. Oh, you should definitely follow the ritual. Just make sure you do everything exactly as it is written. I'm sorry, I can't tell you anymore, but it is essential that you discover it for yourself. Revealing the details would spoil the effect. The pursuit of knowledge often requires taking great risks. Now, off you hop. The ritual awaits.
Материя медика, том 3. Растения для здоровья и магии. Шалфей – священное растение тени и света, автор Сидоний Герон. В легендах говорится, что праматерь, скорбя о страданиях своих детей, посеяла шалфей под лунным светом, даровала его серебристым листьям свое благословение. Крупные кусты этого священного растения цветут бледно-фиолетовыми цветками. а заостренные серебристо-зеленые листья мерцают, словно древняя печаль Авалона. Его горьковатый землистый аромат, кажется, нашептывает сокровенные тайны мироздания. Шалфей славится целебными свойствами. Он обостряет память, успокаивает суставы, снимает лихорадку и изгоняет из тела невидимых врагов. Друиды и жрецы сжигают шалфей для своих ритуалов, и его дым способен очистить от проклятия, отогнать духов и пробудить дремлющую жизнь. Шалфей – это больше, чем просто лекарство. Это реликвия божественного сострадания, маленький, но мощный щит против тьмы. Если же вам понятнее плотские желания, то он придает прекрасный вкус мясу. Так, тяжелее. Так, опять потяжелели. Ну, надо ворованное, надо понавыкидывать, я так думаю. Ну, кроме того, что можно использовать. сейчас бы сундучок, блин. Покурим. Куда можно было бы переложить. костер нужен. Духовность. Чтобы широко повысить, чтобы повысить вес, который можно переносить. Но похоже, ничего такого нету здесь. А, вот лимит веса. Почему что костерчик-то нельзя устроить-то, непонятно. Почему? Это же песок. Не хотелось бы это друидское, конечно, бросать все. малой кровью. Так. Погодите, у меня же топор Свейнов используется. Да, тут со светом, конечно, хорошо бы что-то сделать. Так, это вовремя, конечно.
This feeling, it was so strong, so real. I remember now, the weight of it, the power. This blade was never just steel. It was a part of me. Yes, the sensation is unmistakable. But it carries more than my soul. It carries a part of my legacy. A sword like that, it doesn't yield easily. It demands strength of body and of will. You'll need to grow stronger before it will choose you.
Так, где же сундучок-то? Так, вот и думаю, блин. Ловкость для лука нужна, духовность для магии. Ну, пускай так будет. Ну, наверное, так. Покурим.
So the bitch understood the meaning, yes? I'm glad. They should all be scared shitless. Even more so after Cole got what he deserved. Congratulations on your powers of observation. Those vagrants should know that since they live on our dime, they also live by our mercy. I can do anything to them, and they can't do shit. My plan was perfect. I knew you'd understand me. Provocation or not, the sooner we get rid of them, the better. I encourage you to take your own initiative. They won't be able to do anything to you. The refugees are a tumour on the healthy body of the Horns of the South. Remember this, and make wise decisions.
Ну ладно, сходим на маячки и посмотрим, что там.
Service, eternal service.
Как они туда поднимаются? Никак. По идее, вот эта хрень должна. Платформу. А может, это не платформа. Что такое было? А, бочка, наверное. Ну, круто, можно, конечно, попробовать.
Ah, it's ye. Do you need something? Ah, yes, that old house. That place has been empty for years. The story goes, the last owner, Keeper Galen, threw himself into the sea one stormy night. Some folks whisper of curses or restless spirits, but I say it's just talk. The captain put it up for sale ages ago, but no one's had the guts or sense, if you ask me, to take it. If you're thinking of buying it, go for it. Make it your home. Every house deserves someone to fill it with life again. No, not really. Fortunately. Please, try not to make my life harder, all right?
He told that tale about the tunnels more times than I can count. To anyone who'll listen. But these days, it seems nobody does anymore. I've heard it plenty of times already, believe me. To him, those old friends of his were everything. They meant more than his own son, that's for sure. He'd go on and on about it. If I'd been there, if I'd gone with him, he won't let it go. Sometimes I think that if Fergus had let him go into those tunnels and meet the same end as his brothers, he might have found his peace. Or at least quit drinking. It's no secret. He's just an old, bitter man who hates the entire world. And I'm a part of it, so, well, it is what it is. That's all. Stay out of trouble.
А что нам это дает? Да, он дерево добавляется. Так, и сколько у нас? 43. Надо 50.
You're back! Hi! I told you, Ron is a good guy. And here's a little something for you. You know I pay well. Yes? What's the matter, my friend? You're really good at this today. Wait. Oh. Oh, you're serious. I understand. For so many years, I've been afraid to open this letter. But it looks like I needed to read it. Well, it is what it is, right? And I've been wondering why no one wants to talk to me. I thought to myself, are they mad at me or what? But why are you talking to me? How can you see me? Anyway, may the All-Mother bless your path. See you next time.
Stay out of my way.
I like it when things are quiet.
Yes. Still tastes like shit. Exactly how my mother would make it. It's just what I needed. Oh, don't get me wrong. I really appreciate what you did for me. It's just that every time I doubt my service in the Horns of the South, I need a reminder of why I enlisted. My mother wasn't much of anything, to tell the truth. She always said I was good for nothing and that I should be glad she even kept me. And every day she'd bring back home a new uncle. Many of those uncles like to kick me out of my own house when they were drinking and getting busy. Then, when she'd sober up and got rid of an uncle, she'd bake me that pie as an apology. It always tasted like shit. If the other villagers hadn't been feeding me, I would have starved to death. Hence the pie. I wouldn't know. When I left my village, I decided to never look back. So I just assumed one of those uncles finally beat her to death.
Такой я покупал, да? Только где это? Что-то я не вижу. И вот это я не вижу у себя. Так, а что еще-то?
I knew we'd have to deal with this sooner or later. Time isn't exactly on our side. Mahon's condition worsens with each passing night. It's hard for me to admit, but nobody, including myself, really knows what's going on. Maybe a fresh perspective is exactly what we need. If you find any clues, follow them. I'm only interested in the details, and ideally, the solutions. You know where to find me if you come across any more. Captain Hagen. Well, he was a man driven by pride and a certain disregard for caution. He sent men to explore those old tunnels beneath the keep. Somehow, he got it into his head that there was something valuable down in those tunnels. Treasures, relics, who knows what else. But the truth is, we know what was there. In the Age of Legends, it was just a hospital. There was some kind of outbreak or plague, and the place was sealed off. Nothing left to find, or so the records say. Yes, it weighs on me more than I'd care to admit. If I could, I'd see them laid to rest. But no captains ever bothered. It seems they thought it was a fool's errand. Maybe not worth the risk. If you're mad enough to try, then by all means, go ahead. Just don't expect any keeper to follow you. I really don't have men to spare. But maybe it's time to make it right. So, thank you, I suppose. Fine then. This is the keep. Anyone sworn in as a keeper lives here, unless they're no longer fit for service. If that happens, they get transferred to the village. Otherwise, they're not allowed to go there without my express permission. So if you ever see any of my boys down there looking shifty, feel free to report them. You're allowed to walk around the keep and the village, but if anyone catches you stealing, I'll take your hands. If you attack any of my men, I'll take your head. That enough for you? As between her and the captain, were it up to me, she'd be long gone. Her presence here distracts my men. There are a few retired keepers living there. They might tell you about the good old days if you ask them nicely. There are also some refugees from north of the island, since we had nowhere else to put them. I don't really know much about what's going on in that place. I just make sure they have everything they need, more or less. You can always go see for yourself. People fleeing from bandits, from the weirdness, you name it. I wasn't exaggerating when I said we were the last beacon of hope this far south. For these people, we are. Don't know how many more we can take, but that's a problem for another time. It used to belong to the keep. You could say it was its beating heart. That village was where our lighthouses led the ships, and where the workers lived with their families. Ah, those must have been the days. But then the ships stopped coming, and there were less and less new keepers, and the others left looking for a better life. Until, at last, the sea took most of it. Depends on your idea of interesting. There's a weird statue with a gong, but I'm not sure how much of it is left. Other than that, probably just damp rubble. I don't know. Ask Marg. I'm pretty sure he just sits there all day instead of hunting. No wonder we've been eating nothing but fish. What else was there to do? There weren't enough people to live there, and nobody wanted to anyway. Not since the monsters started coming out of the sea. We wiped out most of them, but new ones showed up every now and then. Marg, our hunter, keeps an eye on the place. You can talk to him if you want. He's not our first line of defense. The archers are. Every man here needs to have a job. And no offense to Odrin, but let's just say we can afford to lose him. I'm sure the hordes of visitors clamoring at our gates can survive the insult. Yes? Did you find out what's been happening out there? Why not? Don't tell me you're afraid of ghosts. Just don't annoy them and you'll be fine. If you need rest, you can sleep in the barracks. It's no royal chamber, but it's better to sleep under a roof than under the stars, right? Especially in this horrible weather.
Look what you've done, you fool. It's always the same with you.
Письмо Алиусу. Мой дорогой Алиус, ты мой самый верный спутник и моя единственная надежда. Отправляйся в святилище Проматери, проведи этот ритуал и принеси амулет, который тебе должны подарить. Бабушка сказала, что тебе нужно сделать подношение из розы, шалфея и пера. Это моя последняя надежда, спаси мою милую дочку. Возвращайся благополучно и докорнит тебя Проматери, леди Кардея. Роза, шалфея и перо. Ничего. Так быстро мелькнул, что я не успел понять. Ну, понятно, что мы отдали что-то. А что получили-то? пока еще. Значит, это то место, где я был уже. Ну да, наверняка. Ну и где он?
We may be in for a fight. Up on me. I will be your downfall.
You're rodents! This is going to hurt. Say your prayers! that supposed to mean?
попадаем и не попадаем. Практическое руководство по прибыльной броне. Автор Алик, гробокопатель. Послушайте, я копаю могилу уже много лет и могу точно сказать, кожа мертвецом ни к чему. И кости. Да и много чего еще. Жалко оставлять все гнить, когда это можно с пользой использовать. Возьмем, к примеру, утопцев. У них кожа так пропитывается грязью, что становится прочной, почти как сыромятная. Высушите ее как следует, натереть солью и маслом, и получится отличный материал для подкладки. Легкий, гибкий, хорошо защищающий от холода. А для пущей красоты можно добавить слой вываренной кожи, крепче будет. А еще есть ходячая нежить, бедолаги, которым не лежится в гробу. Кости у них и все еще твердые. Измельчите их, смешайте со смолой, и получится отличная мазь для доспехов. Защищает от ржавчины и пахнет куда лучше, чем трупные газы. Я, конечно, не буду утверждать, что это благородная работа, но каждому нужно зарабатывать на жизнь. И если в этом могут подсобить мертвые, то отчего бы им не позволить? Как говорится, кто попусту не тратит, тот и нужды не знает. Сосуды хаоса. Руководство по эликсирам брызг. Автор Риаин Беспокойная. Хорошим броском можно выиграть бой еще до начала. И в этом деле мало что сравнится с эликсирами брызг. Они действуют быстро, сильно и неотвратимо. Эликсир морозных брызг. Резкий, неестественный холод, от которого немеет плоть и замедляется движение. Легко остановит преследователя или ослабит руку, занесшую над вами меч. Эликсир горячих брызг. Легко вспыхивающий состав, липок, словно смола, и горит жарче ярости. И сам по себе огонь уже достаточно неприятен, но когда вы не можете от него убежать, становится сущей мукой. Эликсир режущих брызг. Не одними только клинками можно наносить раны. Осколки, подмешанные в жидкость, режут несчастную плоть жертв глубоко и заставляют их долго стекать кровью. Эликсир ядовитых брызг. Губительная смесь, проникающая в раны, легкие и кожу. Жертва будет задыхаться, шататься и слабеть, не в силах владеть собственным телом. Пламенная смесь. Когда пламя не может ждать, загорается при касании, мгновенно поджигая всех и вся. Все эти составы – мощное оружие. Научитесь пользоваться ими как следует, и ваши враги не поймут, как вы обрушили на них столько боли. Ржавый артгал. По-моему, до этого у меня был такой. заказанный. Ну, тут хорошо перемещалка рядом, если, конечно, только она переместит. Я помню, где там, в Элдене или где-то, если у тебя перевес, то костер не перемещает. Или это в Dark Souls было, не помню уже. То же самое. Где же тут показывается, сколько перевес-то? А, вот, наверное. 156, а у нас 145. Килограмм, ёпт. Так.
Please, state your business. Again? You really like killing, don't you? You managed to kill Rusty Argo? Well, well. A few months back, he supposedly took out a high-ranking red priest. So the big shots of Camelot were eager to see him dead. But it was you who finally pulled it off. And from what I hear, he was a tough bastard, surrounded by a gang of killers. Congratulations, and here's your reward. Go, the hunter waits. Go, the hunter waits. Go chop off some heads.
Так, уже нет. Да, это шлем такой. Так, ну что же. Вчера, кстати, было получено достижение «Король былого и грядущего». Познакомьтесь с королем Артуром и получите первый осколок его расколотой души. Это есть у 76,7% игроков. Ну, в общем, это будем считать потолком. И сегодня путешествия начинаются. Достигните 5-го уровня. Есть у 67,7% игроков. То есть уже 10% примерно отвалилось. Итого у нас 2 из 65. Нещедро здесь раздают достижения. 3% это. Все, друзья. Хорошего всем воскресенья. Последнего дня отдыха в новогодние праздники. Там еще, правда, ну, это уже без выходных. Старый Новый год. Вот. Жаль, что не растянули вот до числа 14-го. Было бы хорошо. Чтобы, включая 14-е. Вообще было бы замечательно. Но что делать? Жизнь есть жизнь. Вот такие дела. Пойду смотреть свой сериал. Ну и, в общем, новости все вчера я сообщил. Про Вольфенштейн 3, про доп к Ведьмаку 3. Что-то в стиле Дюны. Ну, по природе. Пустыни там или что-то типа этого. Ну вот. Это такие основные новости. А так все. Заходите на огонек. Как всегда, будет страшно весело, жутко интересно и совершенно непредсказуемо у нас в Авалоне. А там дальше уже, может, и в Камелоте. Посмотрим. Увидимся. Так. До встречи. Пока.